Almost every time I use StreamYard, they're coming up with something new. So, okay. Hello, and welcome to the, what is this now? Second or third annual uh, Halloween Cthulhu episode.
Something like that, yeah.
And I am here as always in Cthulhu games with my player Robin.
The
She's
one player brave enough to play Cthulhu, pretty
the,
much.
the only player that'll let me kill her off on a consistent basis. So, everybody else, when I suggest Cthulhu, they run the other way. So,
Yeah, they do.
and actually, out of all the games we play, Cthulhu's my favorite. So, but um, like I said, it's our Halloween episode, so things are gonna get a bit strange. But then again, Cthulhu always does, no matter what day it is. So,
Yeah, all of our holiday Cthulhu's get a little strange.
yeah, but you can't make Cthulhu be all, soft and fluffy. So it's like, that just wouldn't be any fun. At least I haven't made Santa Claus kill you for Christmas yet.
No. But I did actually get sacrificed to Cthulhu himself for, I believe it was Easter. So that
Well, yeah,
was.
perfect Easter theme, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Easter's about eggs and, you know, sacrifices and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's all about getting sacrificed to eldritch monsters.
And, you haven't been eaten by a 15-foot turkey on Thanksgiving yet. So,
Yet. Not saying it won't happen.
yeah. The only reason it hasn't happened is, you know, all you'd have to do is go into your house and it couldn't follow you. Have to destroy your house to get to you. But anyway, oh, just a second. I need to grab my dice tray of death over here.
Well, I'm sure my dice will do a good enough job of killing me. I don't need yours.
Yeah, I could almost not roll dice at all. Yeah, and just have you roll, and your dice will kill you anyways.
Yeah.
I just get to watch. So uh, I'm gonna toss it over to Robin to let you tell them who you are and what you do and why you're in this. Well, you don't know why you're in the situation you're in quite yet.
Okay. Hi, I'm Robin. I'm playing Marion James. She is a first grade teacher.
And you said she's married and has a teenage daughter.
Yes, her husband is a photographer for the local newspaper, and they have a 13-year-old daughter who is difficult. She's at that age. So,
Well,
so the first graders are a lot easier to handle. Put it that way.
I don't know if your whole class ganged up on you. I don't know about that. 30 first graders or one 13-year-old girl. It's like, but you are currently teaching first grade in a little town called Anton, Maine, on the northern uh, coast of Maine. It's a small village. Most of the people in it are fishermen, uh, as most people on the coast of Maine are. Um, and the reason you're teaching first grade in this little town is that's where your husband got a job with the local small newspaper there. And it's a rather boring job because it's a little town and hardly anything ever happens, as is true in most little towns. Um, it's Halloween. It's Halloween night currently, and you have been incredibly busy all day because Halloween this year falls on a Monday, and the school had its annual fall festival slash Halloween party, as happens in most little towns. There's a um, haunted maze on the south side of town, and that's where everybody was supposedly going after the school had let out after their Halloween party. Because you are talking kids that are like 6, so their energy level drops fairly quickly. So, like, so if they want to go do the maze, they have to do it really quick before these kids fall asleep. Uh,
Right.
and at this point, you are just happy that your day is over because you've had 30 first graders running around like they've been jacked on sugar for a week.
Right. I was just gonna say sugar rush, Halloween candy.
Yeah, right. So I'd say by the time the party's over and all this, eh, it's about 3 in the afternoon, which is normal time that school lets out. So there's now hundreds of sugar uh, coated children heading for school buses and God knows what now that school is out. And one of the last things you see as you're getting you know, your desk straightened and stuff, things in your room straightened out and put away, you see your daughter walk past your door because in this town there's one elementary school that goes all the way up to through junior high to high school. There's so there's one elementary school and one high school, and because there's like maybe 1,500 people in this town. So
So yeah,
uh,
13 should be in eighth grade, which would be junior high.
it's the last grade in the
Hmm.
building that you teach in. So you see your daughter walk past the door to head to the school bus. Are you going to say anything, or are you just going to keep doing your put straightening up your room, or what are you going to do?
I'll wave at her.
She's She sees you wave out of the corner of her eye, and basically without even looking at you, she waves back at you as walking toward the bus. Now, so you get to describe what your day's been like.
Well, like you said, it's a bunch of sugar riddled little kids. Plus, anytime there's any sort of like holiday or festivity at school, it always the level of crazy just goes up a little more. So they were a little harder to handle today. you know, quite a few little arguments amongst themselves. Little kids like to fight about shit.
Yeah.
Fight over toys and that kind of thing. And
At this point, they were arguing. There were several small arguments that broke out about between who's gonna get the best Halloween candy. Yeah. And you've heard some of the older boys in the hallway as they pass, and they're already talking about going out and causing trouble tonight, because that's what.
of course, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of toilet paper hanging from the trees by tomorrow morning.
In my small town, when I went to high school, they used to take bales of hay, put them in the middle of the street, and light them on fire
Oh,
for Halloween.
God.
But
Nice.
yeah,
Oh
so
yeah, no, we had a rash of pumpkin smashers in California.
yeah,
Your jack o' lantern more than likely would end up dead in the middle of the street because some idiot teenager decided it would be funny to,
right.
take it off your porch and throw it.
That just signifies really bored people.
Yeah,
What that and
with a strange sense of fun. Yeah, let's,
right,
destroy someone else's property. That's how we have a good time. Okay.
yeah. Then you'll be really not bored because the police will come and get you, and you'll spend Halloween in jail one because your parents can't afford to bail you out because they spent all their money on candy. And then not thinking they'd have to bail you out for
Right.
doing something stupid. But okay, so um, at this point in the day, your husband is still at work at the newspaper because, and he's going to be because it's his job to take pictures of all the kids in costumes and everything that's going on tonight.
Right. Yeah, it's actually kind of a big night for him for that sort of thing. That and like the Easter parade and shit, he gets a lot. And of course, taking pictures of kids with Santa on, around the holidays.
Yeah.
That's
The only thing is, Anton, Maine is not big enough to have a mall. So,
well,
you
I'm
know,
sure there's a little, outside of the shop or something, maybe even just outside the
well,
grocery store.
well, you see, there's a burger joint downtown, and Santa always meets with the kids inside the burger joint every year, 'cause that way he can get milkshakes in between.
Yeah.
How do you think he's got to keep that figure somehow? Like, so,
And he's got to keep his sanity from having all these little nasty kids sitting on his lap for hours a day.
so he, you know, so every time he gets done with 4 or 5 kids, he chugs in another milkshake, and by 6, 7 o'clock, the kids are ready to. It's dark, and the kids are ready to go out, and uh, on Christmas at that time, he's done because he's getting nauseous because he drank like half a dozen milkshakes and
And then Santa's in a diabetic coma.
and there's been little kids jumping on his stomach all afternoon and it's like
Right.
blah. So but and your husband gets stuck doing all the pictures for these things because the newspaper does big articles about each holiday the next day in the paper. So he's got to get all the pictures and get them all submitted so they can do
Well, he
the
actually kind of looks forward to the holiday work because, like you said, other than that, it's boring. There's not a whole lot that goes on. So,
yeah. A lot of times he sits at his desk cleaning his camera equipment and he wonders why the hell he couldn't get a job at a bigger newspaper than. Yeah. But it pays the bills, and then the one positive thing about this little town is that it's cheap. You know, you guys have a house outside this little town on the edge of town, and in anywhere else, even in Arkham, the house would have cost maybe twice what it does in the little town that you guys live in. So that's why people move to little towns like that. Everything's cheap, and there's the only time there's any traffic in in the town is at 8 o'clock in the morning and noon, and from 3 to 5 in the afternoon when the kids get out of school. So there's 2 or 3 school buses running around.
right. And around 5 or 6 is when people start getting off of work.
Yeah.
So,
But even then, rush hour traffic in Anton is like a dozen cars. Yeah.
right. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
I can handle that. Yeah.
So at this point, you've packed up all your stuff and you're ready to head out the door. The school buses have all been filled up and they've taken off to drop the kids at home, even though they're only going to be home long enough to eat dinner and then head back out again. Um, would you go straight home or would you go would Marion go to see her try to pop in on her husband, or would she just go straight home? Or
Well, he's pretty busy, like, doing his pictures and stuff. So I think I'll just go home. It's been a long day anyway.
and that way you'll get home by the time your daughter does,
Like,
which may or may not be a pleasant activity, but you do have
the
to, I guess, start making dinner and such like
right. I was
that.
gonna say I need to probably don't really have a whole lot of time to do anything once I get home anyway, except for start dinner. So,
Yeah. So, and like I said, traffic in Anton is nothing. So you're able to get to your house on the edge of town in like 15 minutes. So you get home, plop your stuff down. What do you think your daughter would be doing at this point?
hopefully her homework, but I know better. So, who knows what she's doing? Actually, she's probably on the phone with her friends, making plans to go out trick or treating because she's not quite too old to do that yet. Getting there, but
Well, that is in fact what you see when you walk in the door. Her books and notebooks and stuff are on the kitchen table, and she's standing uh, by the refrigerator with a phone stuck in her ear. She's holding the refrigerator open while talking to. Yeah, you can't really tell who she's talking to, but she's simultaneously doing that, looking in the fridge. So, what do you do?
well, I'll kind of wait till she gets out of the way so I can get to the fridge and start looking through it to see what there is for dinner because I didn't really have time to plan anything, so I'll have to
Right.
see what's available. So hopefully she'll move.
Well, yeah, you hear her. What you basically hear is, "Yeah, I'll be there around 7:30, and we can work on costumes and stuff, and see how much candy we can get a hold of." Yeah. And she walks over away from the fridge and hangs up the phone. And at that point, she sees you standing there. So, what do you do?
I guess I'll ask her, so you're going out tonight?
Well, it is Halloween.
True.
Mhm. Besides, there's nothing to do around here. So, although the high school is having a football game, so but they're not expecting large crowds because they realize it's on Halloween. And
Right. Okay, well, just Be home by 10:30, okay?
Uh, I should. We should have gotten all the candy we can get to by then. Uh, what are we doing for dinner?
That's what
Uh,
I'm just about to figure out. So I guess I'll
or
look in the fridge and in the freezer and see what we got.
mm, there's some, the I don't know how big fridges in the 20s were, so but something tells me they were a little bit smaller then than they are now. So, but the freezer has, uh, you've got a couple of things wrapped up there. You have to take them down to actually see what they are because they've been up there for a while. And turns out you've got some steaks and a pork roast and, you know, maybe some hamburger. Although they don't, in Maine, you would have less beef and more lamb because they grow more sheep than they do cows up there. So,
And you'd think there'd be a lobster or two somewhere.
well, yeah, but most people get those fresh. They don't,
That's
you know,
and alive. Yeah.
especially from a small town on the coast of Maine, you're not gonna bother to freeze your lobsters. You're just gonna go down and get them as you need them.
Well, if there's some lamb chops in there, I can cook those up.
Yeah, you in fact have a package because you package everything in threes because there's three of you. So there, there is a package of three lamb chops in the freezer. And, um, frozen vegetables were not a big thing at that time, so
I'm sure there were canned ones, though.
oh yeah, there's been canned food since World War II.
Right.
Whether it's safely edible is another question.
Well, hopefully the ones we have in our cupboard haven't been around since World War II.
Depends depends on how busy you were and when the last time you went to the grocery store was. Um, but at this point, um, gotta find my Cthulhu character sheet here. Uh, I think I might have one. Nope, those are all Dungeons and Dragons. Um, basically, does Cthulhu have a perception thing?
Spot hidden would be
Well,
perception.
yeah, spot hidden. So I need a spot hidden roll from you.
65 out of 70. Just made it.
Okay. About the time you're hunting around in the cabinet for what canned food you're gonna use, um, the phone rings. Are you gonna answer or are you gonna have your daughter answer it? Peggy.
I'll let her answer it, and if it's for, I mean, she knows that if it's for me, she'll give it to me, so I'll let her answer it.
She answers the phone and she goes, "Hi, Dad. Uh, what are you up to?" And, and they chat for a second. And he told her about the pictures he's taking, oh, and he told her that she better not cause any trouble tonight, because the small police force that Anton has will be out in force,
Right.
and he he's not bailing her out if she does something stupid. And then he tells her to hand the phone to you. So he's like, "Hi there. How was your day?"
Oh, it was pretty crazy. How about yours? You busier than usual with your pictures?
Yeah. Um. Just, what are you guys doing about now?
I was just about to make dinner. We got some lamb chops and canned green beans.
Oh, glad I caught you then. Uh, did you see the note on the table by the
Oh,
kitchen?
no, I must have missed that. Hang on a second, and I kind of lay the receiver down on the counter, because no such things as cell phones back
Yeah,
then. And,
right,
and walk over and see if, because all I really saw the kitchen table was her notebooks and stuff.
right.
So I'll go.
Which which she probably put her stuff down on top of it, which is why you didn't see it.
Right. So I'll go and see if I can find it.
You you tell tell her to take her books and stuff up to her room, and you see a note folded laying on the you see a piece of folded paper laying on the table. You pick it up and read it.
Hmm.
It says, "Don't bother with dinner. Uh, my boss at the newspaper wants us to have dinner with them tonight. Uh, I will meet you at their house at about 6, if that works."
Okay. So I'll go back to the phone and I'll be like, okay, just that works. Just give me the address. And it sounded like Peggy had some plans with friends. So does she need to come to dinner, or can I just let her go off and do her thing?
Well, what time were her plans?
I think she said seven. She'd meet him at 7:30.
Well, we're supposed to meet at my boss's place at 6. Um, and you actually know their address because
Oh, okay.
uh, so ask Peggy whether she wants to come, and if she doesn't, what's she gonna do for dinner before she meets her friends?
Okay.
So, but and currently it's about 4:30, so he's like, by 6 I should have all the pictures I need, and I'll just meet you at the uh, my boss's house.
Okay, that works. I'll meet you there.
All right, see you in a bit.
All right. Bye.
Bye. And at that point, you hear uh, Peggy coming back downstairs from her bedroom. She's like, well, what did Dad want?
Well, apparently his boss wants us to have dinner at their place tonight at 6. Uh, you want to come do that before you hang out with your friends, or do you want to go over to their place earlier and have dinner with them, or what?
Well, she goes, yeah, nothing against you and Dad, but his boss and his wife are old people, and I'd prefer to hang out with my friends.
That's kind of what I figured. I thought you'd probably think it would be kind of boring.
Yeah. So, but let me call them real quick and see if their parents mind if I come over for dinner. And
Okay.
she picks up the phone, and a couple minutes later, she hangs up and says, "Oh, they're fine with it." Uh, Although kind of weird because they said they were barbecuing. So
Kind of seems a little bit of a chilly time of year to be doing that.
yeah, and with as early as the sun goes down, they're because at this point it's 4:30 and the sun's already almost down,
Right.
and she's like, they're gonna be barbecuing in the dark. Basically, it's gonna, but they said I could come over, so. And now I do want to see how this turns out, whether my friend's dad burns the place down or not.
Do you want me to drive you over there?
Yeah. Oh, and if I end up back at uh, Dad's boss's place, you know that they did burn the place down, and I
Right.
had to leave really quick. But let me run upstairs and get my costume stuff. Um, she runs back upstairs and comes back down with basically a suitcase full of stuff. Like, okay, got everything I need. Um, you want you want me to tell them to bring me back home, or do you want to actually come and pick me up later? Or
Um, you can have them drop you off back at home
yeah,
after you're done trick or treating and everything.
okay. I'll tell them you said 10:30. I'll try and keep it to that, but if they're driving me, I'm sort of stuck a little bit on their schedule.
Right. Well, if it's going to be later than 11, have them call me and let me know, or you can call me and let me know.
Okay, that works. We can do that. I hope you don't get bored to death.
I'll try not to.
You can always tell them you gotta take a nap at some point. But, and as she goes to put her suitcase in the car, you think to yourself, she's being oddly nice today. We're usually, because you're usually yelling at each other at this point. And she's being strangely nice to you, which,
Hey, I'm gonna take the win when I can.
but in the back of your mind, you're going, okay, what's she up to? What's, yeah,
Right. Does she want something?
mm, well, she thought about it today and was like, if I if we start arguing again, she's not gonna let me go over to my friend's house. And believe me, with the amount of sugar I intend to eat, we'll be arguing for days. Yeah, but so so she puts her suitcase in the car. Um, you've still got an hour and a half before you meet for your dinner, so it's not gonna take you that long to drop her off. Uh, So what do you do in the intervening time?
I'm gonna go back home and take a bath and, get ready for to go over there. So I'll take a nice bath.
Uh, and sh- she basically disappeared in her room, but while you're taking a bath, and then while you're drying off, you hear the radio in the living room because in the 20s, that's the only form of entertainment you had. And so, as you're getting dressed, uh, you hear Peggy listening to one one of the old CBS radio mysteries that they always did every week. Because she's like, "Oh, this is Halloween week. This should be a good one. This should be nice and scary."
Right.
And so you get dressed and you walk into the living room and she's sitting there eh, in a chair by the radio listening to it. And it is, if you stop for a minute, you find out that it is a Halloween themed show. And yeah, the person reading the radio story is talking about a uh, small coastal town that was completely obliterated on one particular Halloween night because it was invaded by things that they still can't explain. But by Halloween morning, everybody was gone. And she's sitting there listening to it so intently that she doesn't hear you come in the living room. And then you see her all of a sudden sit straight bolt up in the chair she's in. And she's like, hold it. Small coastal town, Halloween, everybody disappears. This is not good.
Oh, there have been, things about whole towns disappearing for a long time. I mean, there was that whole thing about, Roanoke, Virginia, and
Yeah. She turns to you and goes, maybe we shouldn't go out of the house tonight.
so I go over and turn off the radio. I'm like, why do you listen to this stuff if it's gonna scare you?
Because it's Halloween. But it's just that that story was a little too close for comfort. If you, uh, so if I wake up in the morning and I'm the only person left in town, what do I do?
I wouldn't worry about it because I don't. It's very unlikely that that's gonna happen.
No, hopefully not. But just in case, where's all your money and the deed to the house and all that stuff?
I'm just gonna laugh and shake my head.
And because I'll have to support myself if I'm the only one left. Plus, I've always wanted to know where all your money was. So, um, but seeing you having taken a shower and getting dressed, she's like, well, I think I should probably do that really quick. So she runs upstairs and take a shower and get ready. Uh, Luckily, she's doing costume makeup at her friend's house, or it'd take her forever. So you don't have to wait on that. And she comes back down in blue jeans, uh, high top tennis shoes, and basically a school logo sweatshirt. She figured she'd wear a sweatshirt because it'd probably be kind of cold later. Yeah, because it's not really cold enough to wear a coat, but it's cold enough that a t-shirt wouldn't be enough.
Right.
So she's like, okay, and then she walks over to the door and goes, well, my suitcase is already in the car, so I guess we're ready to go if you're ready.
All right. Let's go.
And the two of you get in the car, pull out of the driveway. Give me a drive roll.
Oh, 75 out of 50.
Uh,
Oh God, I'm not a woman driver, am I? I didn't totally botch it, so I'd better not run over the neighbor's cat or something. That would be a botch.
no, a botch would be if you ran over the neighbor.
Oh God.
The cat's just a failure. If you run over the neighbor, it's a botch, which is what I'm rolling for currently. And you start to back out of the driveway, and you hear two screams. One is the cat,
Oh no.
and the second one is the neighbor who tried to grab the cat to get it out of the way. Uh, she, your neighbor, in fact, was able to do that, get the cat out of the way. She wasn't, however, able to get herself out of the
Oh
in
no.
time. Uh, so she's laying there in your driveway because you knocked her over.
Oh,
And so she's laying there in the driveway and there's blood trickling down her forehead and yeah, she try she tries to get up a couple of times, but
wait a minute. I thought I'd have to roll a 90 or 100 to botch.
you you failed.
Right.
I rolled for the cat and the woman,
Oh, okay.
and they botched.
Oh, okay.
So, because I ended up rolling a 1 and a 3. So, they botched. She was a she was able to get the cat out of the way, but she fell while doing that. And so, while she was attempting to get back up, that's when you backed out of the driveway. So, so she is laying in your driveway, blood running out of her forehead, and and she's still conscious. Her eyes are open, but she's having trouble moving.
Okay. I'm going to tell Peggy to stay with her and I'm going to run back into the house and call an ambulance.
So you do that. You give the ambulance dispatcher your address, and they're like, we should be there in about 15 minutes. Um, and, and they and they go, oh, by the way, since it was a car accident, we will be notifying the cops. So there will be at least one police car coming with us. And he hangs up the phone, and you go back outside.
Before I do that, I'm going to like grab some gauze and like, you know, alcohol and like hydrogen peroxide and stuff. I'm going to, can I roll a first aid?
But you can do that, but the ambulance dispatcher on the phone said specifically not to move her.
Oh, okay.
You, you can like try and stop the bleeding if you want to, but she's they're like don't move her because she could have a neck injury or something like
Right.
that.
Well, I'll try to stop the bleeding.
Okay, so give me a first aid roll.
78 out of 50. I should just stop rolling shit.
Well, you never actually get a chance to do it.
Oh, okay. The ambulance shows up.
No, because when you walk out the door, you see Peggy struggling with a lady the lady has both of her hands around Peggy's neck, and the two are, and Peggy is struggling to get free. And
Okay, well, I'm obviously gonna like run over there and try to help her because, like, what the fuck are you doing, throttling my daughter? You know?
because she thought your daughter's the one that ran her over, and she's like not of right mind at the moment because at the very least she's got a concussion.
So yeah, I'm gonna go try to break that up.
Give me a contested strength roll to see if you're strong enough to.
So what do I do? Just roll strength?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I roll it for her and we see who gets the better number.
Oh, hang on. I have two percentiles. Let me grab a 10. I accidentally grabbed another percentile instead of switching out the 10. There we go.
Well, you can just subtract the zero off the end of it. It's all right.
Here. 59 out of 50. Barely missed that.
Well, let's see how she does it. It might still work. Nope. She got a 37. So you're you've you've grabbed both arms and you're pulling on her arms, but they're not going anywhere. And Peggy's like struggling and like, uh,
Can I try
uh,
again?
yeah.
That was 56 out of 50. I am tempted to push my luck here, but something really bad could happen if I do that.
How much how much luck do you have?
37.
So that would be if you gave 6 points of luck, you could like uh or you said you got 56 out of 59.
56 out of 50.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, if you give 6 points of luck, you will be able to successfully make your roll, and I'm gonna roll for her again since you're trying. She got exactly what you got. So uh, you spend your 6 points of luck and you're able to pull her hands away from Peggy's neck. Peggy was starting to turn blue. You pull her hands away, and there's like hand marks. She was squeezing so hard that there are finger marks on the both sides of Peggy's neck. And, and Peggy just sort of collapses at that point.
Okay, well, I'm gonna like not. I'm not gonna let go of her wrist. I'm gonna restrain her. I'm gonna like hold her wrists, her hands down to the pavement, so she can't try that again. Like, she can't do it to me. And like, I'm really hoping the ambulance gets here soon and the police, because this is kind of out of control.
Uh, Give me another strength roll to see if you can do that.
88 out of 50. My dice really have it in for me tonight, like more than usual.
Well, at this point, it doesn't matter because she got a 68, and which is way above her strength level. And so you are in fact able to hold her down. And about 5 minutes later, you see the ambulance rounding the corner. And they come up and stop where your car is because they see you on top of this lady trying to hold her arms down, pin her to the pavement. And they both guys jump out of the ambulance, and first they actually go over to Peggy because uh, looks like we had a Robin had a computer issue, so we will pause until she gets back. Welcome back. As you can see, Robin is back.
Technical
Her
difficulties.
her computer has a mind of its own, and sometimes it just stops. So, maybe what we're doing is too scary for it. It's,
Maybe.
it's like I don't want to do this, but um, so when we left, the ambulance had just pulled up, and they ignore you holding the woman down completely. They run past you and run over to Peggy because she's still choking from almost being strangled to death. And they're like, what happened here?
So I explained what happened. I'm pretty shaken up, so I'm like, kind of talking real fast, and but I but I told them what happened.
And about halfway through your explanation, a uh, police car drives up, uh, and the two cops get out, and they go over and talk to the two ambulance guys to find out what's going on. And uh, you see, almost in unison, the four of them turn around and basically look at the whole scene with still holding her down. And yeah, Peggy's sitting on the ground in the driveway trying to breathe. And you hear one of the cops tell the other cop, I thought shit wasn't supposed to happen this early. I thought we'd be busy later. Or what? And then one of the ambulance people notices that you're holding this woman down, and she's bleeding all over the place, and so they finally get you to get up off of her. And you do that, she immediately swings at one of the cops and at the ambulance guy that was just had you get off of her. And she cold cocks the ambulance guy. I mean, from laying on her back, she swings, hits him right in the jaw, and he just drops. But he drops on top of her. And now she's laying there with a 200-pound guy on top of her.
They need to get her in restraints like quick.
Mm. Well, the guy's partner immediately comes back over and grabs him and stands him up and tried to wake him up. And he motions for the cops to come over. And for some reason, she just lost her shit. She's swinging at anything that comes close. And uh, she actually does the same thing to one of the police guys, just just flattened him, and the other cop is like, uh. Then he grabs his handcuffs and finally cuffs her, and so she can't knock him out too. And uh,
Is she like saying anything or yelling anything, or is she just like swinging?
she's not saying a word actually. She's just like, yeah, you can see in her eyes that, she's extremely enraged and all this shit, but she's not saying anything. She's just swinging. And the cop finally gets her handcuffed and drags her from your driveway over to the cop car. And the ambulance guy she cold cocked first starts to wake up, and you know it takes him a minute to get his bearings back, and he's like, what the hell just happened? And he looks over at the cop laying on the ground too, and he's like, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. You look over at the cop car, and she's swinging wildly at the guy, at the one cop that's trying to stuff her in the cop car. She's like swinging with both hands, even though she's handcuffed. She's like not giving up. And then you see Peggy walk over and just kick her in the shin or something for choking her, almost choking her to death. And,
Can't really blame her.
and, and like, um, it jolts the woman out of whatever's going on because the pain in her shin, and she's like, screams and gives the cop the opportunity to finish shoving her in the back seat of the car, and the two ambulance guys are like, what happened here?
So I filled them in. I mean, I told them about accidentally backing into her and all of that, but I'm like, as far as what that was, I have no idea. She's not usually like that.
After the cop gets her in the car, he comes over and wakes up his partner, and like his partner's first response is, "Don't tell anybody about this," because it would be super embarrassing to
Oh well, he'd be, you know, laughed about in the bullpen for
months,
days,
months.
months. Yeah.
You got beat up by an old woman, an old injured woman, because her head is still bleeding. It's like there's blood all over her forehead and it's dripping down on her face. But she's like, she's trying to get to the front seat of the cop car,
Jeez.
but they handcuffed her to the door where she can't go anywhere, but she's struggling to get to the front seat. And the two ambulance guys look at you and Peggy and ask if you're okay. And Peggy is starting to feel a little better, but you know, the ambulance guys tell you that if she's still in pain tomorrow to bring her to the hospital because they don't know if any actual lasting damage was done
Right.
because she was choking her long enough that her face was starting to turn blue or purple, basically. So, yeah. and she, and they're like, don't really let her eat anything solid because that might, if there's damage to her throat, that might cause a problem.
Okay. Well, I am definitely canceling our plans tonight. She can call her. I'll call her friend's parents and let them know that something came up and she can't come over. And then I'm gonna call. What time is it, by the way?
Probably like 5:30.
Okay.
You were
I'm actually just gonna call my husband's boss at his house and tell him that I can't make it. That John will probably still go, but I can't make it tonight.
they're like, well, that's too bad. What happened?
Uh, there, there was a little accident.
Uh, well, I hope the two of you are all right.
We will be.
Should I tell John when he gets here to just go home or
Um, well, tell him there was a situation and he can decide whether he wants to stay or come home.
well, are you okay with him having dinner here anyway?
Yes.
Uh, yeah, he's like, he's like, I'll, I'll let him know. I'll have him call you when he gets here,
Yes, do that.
and you two can discuss it. Um, hang on, my wife is wanting to say something, and it comes back and goes, it says, um, my wife said she made enough food for the five of us, if and she said she's willing to bring you guys food if you want her to do that.
Uh, that's not necessary, but if you want, you can send some home with John when he comes, if he stays there, or if he decides to come home, you can send it home with him then.
That's true. We can do the whole doggy bag thing, I guess.
Yes.
Mm. Oh, and then he's like, "Well, I guess I'll uh, talk to John when he gets here and then have him call you."
Okay. Thank
Mm,
you.
sure.
I'm sorry I can't make it.
Well, we hope it's uh, not anything major. And then he chuckled and he's like, probably end up in the newspaper tomorrow anyway, because everything does.
Probably.
And he hangs up the phone. Um, Peggy is standing there next to you, and she's not looking incredibly stable. Oh, she said, "You know what? I'm not feeling re- very well at all. I think I'm gonna go up and lay down.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
This is not what I had planned for Halloween."
No, it wasn't on my list either. Yeah, you go lay down. Do you want me to make you some soup or something?
That would be nice. I would say though, let it get down to room temperature because I don't want to like burn my throat or anything.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, and since I didn't get to go trick or treating, we're gonna have to buy. When my throat gets better, we're gonna have to go out and buy lots of candy. 'Cause, yeah,
Yes.
I, I don't want to miss out on you know eating so much candy that I get sick. Cause
Well, that is what Halloween's about.
yeah, but this way I can get the candy I like instead of having to deal with the stuff that people hand out. Yeah.
Speaking of which, I should probably get that ready. The trick or treaters will be showing up soon, so I should get the big, bowl of candy together.
Cause yeah, cause you were gonna have dinner with them and then have to come back and start handing out candy. Cause be like by the time you got done, it'd been like 8 o'clock, and you'd had start handing out large globs of candy.
So yeah, I'll send her to bed. I'll start the can of soup. Heat that up on the stove for her, and I don't really know if I want to do a, deal with thawing out a pork chop just for myself. So I'll see if there's any leftovers or something in the fridge for me.
Don't give me a spot hidden as you look in the fridge.
Yeah, the way I'm rolling, I'll come up with a hunk of moldy cheese or something.
That's why it's called spot hidden. You never know what you'll find.
31 out of 70.
There are there's some leftover pasta from the night before, and you were gonna save it for John's lunch, but at this point, it's like you need dinner, so you're.
Right, and that'll be easy. I'll just dump that into a skillet and heat it up because I'm pretty sure there weren't microwaves in the 20s.
No, the first microwave actually came out in the 60s,
Yeah, that's what I thought, either 50s or 60s.
but it took them 20 years to get to the point where they were affordable for people to buy them. So,
Right, and plus the first ones weren't they like gigantic?
yeah, and they were deathly afraid of what it would do to you once they turned it on. So, because
Hey, have your dinner and get an X-ray all at the same time.
they were like, even in the 80s, they were like, how does it work? Where does the heat come from? Blah, blah, blah. So they were all scared that it was
Oh
like,
yeah, no, I know someone who swore up and down that microwaves were terrible and that there was a study goes there was a study that if you water plants with water heated up in a microwave they die, and I'm like, yeah, that's because you put hot water in them.
yeah, you don't water plants with hot water. Duh.
Right,
Duh.
exactly. It's like, duh, it's because you watered them with like boiling water. Come on.
That would kill any plant, whether there was a microwave involved or not.
Exactly. That was my point. Like,
Yeah. So, yeah, the soup is going, your pasta's heating up. Uh, and while all this is going on, you the phone rings, and you figure it's John because his boss told you he'd have him call you,
as I'll answer it.
and it is John. He's like, what? The my boss just tried to tell me what you told him, but it wasn't real clear. So, what happened now?
Well, as I was leaving to take Peggy to her friend's house for her Halloween party, I accidentally backed into our neighbor, so I called the ambulance and the cops, and then she got really violent and she tried to strangle Peggy, and I don't know what that was about.
Okay, that sounds a little odd.
Yeah, it's very. And then when the cops and ambulance showed up, she just went crazy on them and started swinging right and left. And definitely not normal.
Yeah, no wonder my boss chuckled and said he had an interesting story for the front page tomorrow.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
Don't necessarily know if I want you guys on the front page of the newspaper tomorrow, though.
Yeah, I just want to know what happened because she was acting really weird.
Hmm. Um, she's at the hospital, I take it.
Yes, I'm assuming so.
Uh, I'm gonna go. Uh, have you guys had dinner?
I mean, I'm warming it up right now. The the paramedic said to keep Peggy on a liquid diet for right now, while because her throat's kind of damaged.
Kind
They
of,
apparently didn't think it was necessary to take her to the hospital, but
kind of damaged. What did this woman do to her?
uh, strangled her with her bare hands very viciously.
You know what? I think in the morning I'm gonna grab one of the investigative reporter friends from my newspaper and go over there and have a chat with this woman.
If you do that, just be careful. Hopefully, they'll have her sedated, but um, her behavior was unpredictable to say the least.
Uh, okay. My boss said something about bringing food home for you guys. Uh, we can always put it in the fridge and eat it tomorrow or something.
Right. That might be nice, so I don't have to cook.
Oh, and I'll stop by the Anton has one grocery store in it, okay? It's a little mom and pop sort of marketplace. Says, I'll go by the market and get uh, Peggy's favorite flavor of ice cream.
Oh, she'd appreciate that. And
That,
get a couple of bags of Halloween candy for her too for later.
that's true. I guess she missed out on, ended up missing out on all the fun tonight.
Yes.
Being almost strangled to death is not how you envision a Halloween night going. Even if,
No.
even if you are 13, that's a little weird.
That's not something anybody expects of their elderly neighbor.
Got this 70-year-old woman strong enough to strangle you with her bare hands and strong enough to take out a cop and an ambulance guy. It's like,
Right.
yeah. Oh, and he goes, yeah, that also makes me want to go check out her house while she's in the hospital. It's like, because that's not normal.
No. Yeah, you might want to have the investigative reporter do that because that might be a little suspect to have just the photographer going into somebody's
Yeah.
house.
We'll go talk to her, and if she's conscious, we'll tell her that we're going to go take a look. What I'll do is ask her if she needs anything brought from her house while she's in the hospital, and that'll give me a reason to actually go into her house and look around a bit. So, because she got to be on something to be that strong.
Sounds like it.
Your average 70-year-old woman can't do that.
No. And she's never done anything like that before, so that would make me wonder if she's is on something. And I'm
So,
not talking prescription meds.
somebody spiked her Halloween cookies, I think. So, well, I will be home in a bit. I'm gonna have dinner with them, and I'm sure my boss wants to talk to me about, you know, how we want to handle this in the paper. I am going to push him such that this isn't the front page story for tomorrow, because that's all a 13-year-old girl needs.
True. Yeah, this is traumatic enough.
Yeah. So, and so I will see you in a bit, and I'll go to the grocery store and get stuff. Um, how is our bar supply? Well, I'm thinking about it.
Let me go check real quick. So I'll put the phone down and go take a look.
Because every decent, upstanding house in the 20s had several kinds of alcohol sitting around.
Right. Do I need to
Ah,
roll a spot hidden?
yeah. Because I just thought of something. This is in the middle of Prohibition, too. Um,
It's 68 out of 70.
barely.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, turns out you have one 3/4 of full bo- bottle of whiskey on the kitchen counter, and somehow John was able to get a hold of it because right now they're not selling store bought whiskey. So you go back and tell him that you you go back into the kitchen, jump on the phone, and tell him that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see if the uh, couple that own the market have something stashed away. So he goes, "Oh, uh, boss's wife is telling me the dinner's done, so uh, I need to get off here. Uh,
Okay.
but I'll see you a bit later. Is there anything that you want other than probably eating some of Peggy's ice cream?"
um, yeah, if you could pick up some more hamburger.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got a little bit, but not a whole lot.
Okay. So you keep an eye on her in case she starts getting worse.
I will.
I'm glad the two of you are okay.
Yeah, it was an experience.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to check out that neighbor though. And I thought we moved here to get away from big city crap like that, and then you got neighbors trying to strangle your kids.
Yeah, that never happened in the big city.
Yeah, even even in our Arkham, that kind of stuff is rare. It's like, so he hangs up, and um, about the time he hangs up, you see Peggy walking down the steps from her bedroom, and she's like, "Who was that on the phone?"
Oh, that was your dad.
Uh,
He's gonna have dinner at his boss's place, but
yeah. So yeah, you guys were gonna do that, so he's still gonna do that.
yeah. And he said he'd swing by the store on his way home and pick up some ice cream for you.
And she looks thoughtfully for a second and goes, "I wonder if he remembers what my favorite kind of ice cream is."
Oh, I'm sure he does. How's your throat?
Still hurts. I wouldn't recommend this as a daily activity.
No, I, I wouldn't even have recommended it as a one-time activity.
Then she does something that she hardly ever does, hasn't done for months that you can remember. She walks up to you and gives you a hug and is like, that was about the scariest thing that has ever happened to me, and I am not real happy right now.
I'll hug her back. I mean, yeah, that was definitely scary.
It was hilarious to see the woman, you know, take out the ambulance guy and the cop, though. That was pretty cool, but
That
yeah,
was
yeah.
unexpected.
Guess you seriously don't want to mess with that woman.
No.
but she goes, we may have our issues, but thank you for getting her off of me because that wasn't going to end well.
No, and I was terrified too. I mean, watching her do that to you, no.
Because I noticed that you were even having trouble holding her down. I'm like, what in the world's wrong with that woman?
Yeah. Your dad thinks she might be on some kind of drug.
It's the only logical explanation that I can think of.
Of course,
Either
that was
that
way
or,
before PCP. So,
right.
oh,
She might have took something and had a reaction to it for all we know. I know I'm not gonna go around her for the foreseeable future.
yeah, I think we should definitely try to avoid her. So, so I'll pour the, I'm sure the soup's done by now, so I'll pour it into a bowl and set it
Yeah,
aside to cool down.
right.
And mine's probably heated up thoroughly too.
Yeah, yeah. So her favorite soup is Campbell's cream of tomato soup. So the tomato soup is sitting on the counter and like, Mm. And she goes over to the freezer and grabs a couple of ice cubes and puts them in her mouth and starts sucking on them and to calm her throat down a little. And you sit down at the kitchen table and start eating the leftover pasta. She sits across from you and is like, uh, so are you guys gonna press charges or what are you guys gonna do with this?
Well, your dad said he was going to go talk to her at the hospital tomorrow along with a investigator from his newspaper. So maybe he'll get a better idea of what's going on. And I mean, if it's a matter of, if she's just gotten senile, then probably wouldn't do much to press charges unless we pressed it against her family. But if it's something else, then we'd have to think about it.
Well, well, I can almost guarantee that the cops are thinking about it because she cold cocked one of them and was having to struggle with the other one, and it's like, yeah. Have you ever been over to her house?
No, she pretty much keeps to herself, but she's never been like that.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking because I've never been over there either. So I don't know what in the world's going on in that
Yeah,
house.
your dad said he was after he talked to her, he was going to go over to her place and look around. Hopefully, he's not going to get himself into trouble doing that.
Right. Mm. Well, we can guarantee this will be a Halloween will always remember.
Yeah, but not for good reason.
She goes, you know what? Darn it, I just remembered something that Dad could have picked up at the store, which was can of pumpkin to make pumpkin pie with for things being Halloween and such. Because I could probably get away with eating that.
Well, at least the filling part, where with the pie part
Yeah,
without the crust.
yeah, right. The crust would probably be too rough on my throat, but the filling would be fine.
Well, I could head over to the store and pick that up real quick
Yeah,
if you want.
yeah, I think because I'm just gonna be here and eat my soup and rest and maybe call my friends and but they're probably out doing stuff, so I'll try to get a hold of them tomorrow and see if what happened to them. So yeah, I should be all right by myself for a little bit.
Okay, well, I
And
won't be long. And I guess if the trick or treaters start showing up early, you can hand out candy if I'm not back first.
she's like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." He's like, "Do I want to deal with screaming children in my condition?" Could you know that every at a minimum, every kid in your class is going to show up at your
Of
house.
course.
So, you know. Hmm. So you go, you grab your coat and your purse and you head out the door, down the driveway to where your car is. And as you're going to get in your door, you look at the rearview mirror and and you can see blood on like the rear bumper and the rear we, rear left wheel well of the car. Yeah, not a lot, but it's enough that you notice. Yeah. And the woman was bleeding from her head, so yeah, you figure, you backed into her head, basically. At which point, you're driving a 1920s car, which is heavy enough that if you'd have backed into her with any amount of speed, you'd have probably killed
Right.
her. Which, given what happened afterwards, may have been a better plan in the end. But and oddly enough, as you climb into the driver's seat and look again in the rearview mirror, you see the cat standing behind the car that that the old woman was trying to get out of the way the first time. The the cat's just casually walking around like no problem. Nothing
Okay,
happened here. No problem.
so I'm gonna get out and I'm gonna try to scare it out of my driveway so I don't end up running it over.
You first you honk at it and that doesn't do anything. Then you get out of the car and approach the cat.
I don't need to roll intimidation, do I?
For the cat, no,
Yeah. Okay, good.
no. But it's acting really funny. It's acting like it wants you to follow it almost. It's acting really strange, especially for a cat.
Okay, that's kind of weird and my curiosity is piqued, so I guess I'll follow it just to see. I mean, because sometimes animals, I mean, dogs mostly, but cats also have been known to, you know, lead people to people who are in trouble or other
Yeah.
animals who are in trouble or something. So I guess I'll see what's going on.
So the cat, you follow the cat across the neighbor's yard, and the cat goes up to the front door and stops. And it's waiting for you to catch up to it. And
So
you
I'll
do,
follow it.
and you do, and you walk up the steps beside it to try and open the front door because it's acting like it wants in, but the door's locked. So what do you do?
I mean, I'm going to assume that almost everybody has a spare key under their mat, so I'll check.
Okay, give me a spot hidden roll.
87 out of 70.
You can't find it to save your life. You look all around. You look under the mat. You look under the plant next to the mat, and it's not there either. So you can't find it.
Okay, I'm going to look at the cat. Is the cat still acting like it wants in?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess the next thing I can do is I can walk around the house and see if there's any windows that are like partially open or anything that I can lift, that I can raise up and get in that way.
You walk over a little ways to the main large window that looks like it goes into the living room. Uh,
Although I guess trying the back door would probably be easier. Maybe I'll do that first and
okay,
then I'll check the windows.
okay. So you go around the back of the house. The cat uh, comes bounding around the house trying to see where you went, and it sees you standing on the back porch. See, so which would this be? You try to uh, actually give me a dex check to see if you can open the back door.
41 out of 50.
The knob turns, the door sticks a little, but you are able to get it open. And the cat races in the door past you.
At this point, I'm thinking the cat probably just wants to be fed. So,
Um, Possibly. And but as you hit the door, you get almost overwhelmed by a smell that you are fairly familiar with, but not this strongly. Because everybody in Anton, being a small Maine coastal town, is used to the smell of the sea and, like, for lack of a better term, the sea animals, like
right, that
crap,
salty
crap,
kind of,
yeah.
yeah.
And that's what you smell. But you smell it to the point where you have to cover your face because it's so strong that you're like wishing you had another way to breathe at this moment. So, what are you going to do given that?
I'm gonna look for the cat and see if he really was trying to lead me somewhere in particular rather than just inside the house.
You walk into the kitchen, you walk down the hallway into the kitchen. Um, Give me a spot hidden roll.
66 out of 70.
As you're walking down the hall, you know it feels like the hallway is wet. And you look down and you are the tile has enough water on it that everywhere you take a step, there's sort of a little splash every time you take a step. It's almost like the house is flooded or something.
Okay, can I hear like running water anywhere? Did she leave the like a sink or the bathtub or something going?
Um,
It's overflowing.
mm, um, Give me a listen check. If you didn't put any in it, it's a 20%
Oh,
thing.
I did.
Or you did.
Yeah, still didn't do me any good because I got 80 out of 60.
The fact you don't hear anything, but actually, I'm gonna do something here. But as you're making your way sort of slowly up the hallway, the, you hear the wind pick up outside. And I don't mean a slight breeze starts. I mean, it out of nowhere picks up to the point where it's blowing the tops of the trees around, almost like a surprise storm is coming in. And the wind blowing is all you're able to hear right now. But you finish making your way up the hallway that leads from the back door into the kitchen. And as you enter the kitchen area, you see the cat sitting by the fridge, and he sees you and starts clawing at the fridge door.
Okay, so it looks like he does just want to be fed then. You're
So
okay. You're okay. Dog's having nightmares, making all noises.
as Harley and Chase had a chance to play since
Oh, yes, Chase, they, my mom and Harley came to the door and I let Chase out to say hi. Chase was thrilled. Harley was like, oh no, him again.
that's always Harley's response. But maybe he's having nightmares about Harley. Who knows? Uh,
No, I think he's dreaming about giant squirrels in UPS uniforms coming to the door.
Driving the UPS trucks, which he
Yeah.
doesn't like. That'd be hilarious. That'd be the worst dream he could possibly have.
Yeah.
So the cat keeps clawing at the door and meow at the fridge door and meowing at you at the same time.
Okay, so I'm like, okay, are you hungry? I'll open the fridge door and see if there's any cat food in there, and if there's like a severed head or something, I'm gonna not be very happy with you.
There's not a severed head. There is half a can of open cat food. But you also find out that when you open the fridge, more water pours out on the floor. And this is also the place where that smell is coming from. And as you take the can of cat food and pour it in the cat's bowl, the cat ignores you completely and heads straight for the bowl. Um, you notice some things. You know, in fact, hold it. Give me, do they have an investigation in here? Let me check.
Again, I think spot hidden is gonna be the closest to investigation.
Uh, Maybe I'm thinking of vampire or something.
Yeah.
So, give me a spot hidden roll then.
26 out of 70.
You see these strange black looking things that almost look like fins. Um, you initially assume there's some kind of seafood because they look like shark fins or whatever, except they're black, which eh, which just doesn't seem normal.
How big are they? Are they small or are they?
Mm, Uh, no, they're about the easiest way I can describe it is your character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
They're about half the size of your character sheet,
Oh, okay, so they're pretty good sized.
and they're just stacked of three or four of them.
Is that what the smell's coming from?
It seems to be that.
So they are obviously fish fins of some kind.
Yeah, or at least that's what you're assuming. Although it is kind of the color makes it seem somewhat off because you don't normally see black fish fins.
Right.
So,
That's kind of weird. And what they're doing in her refrigerator, like just the fins without the rest of the fish, is also a little weird.
mm. And it looked like the water was there to sort of keep them fresh but when the fridge door opened, all the water poured out. So while you were just barely, you know, walking through water in the hallway, once the fridge door opens, now you're standing in enough water to, uh, they don't come up to your ankle, but it covers the tops of your shoes. So what are you gonna do?
Well, I guess for now I'm just gonna go do what I was heading out to do in the first place and just run to the store real quick and then go home.
Okay. Um. So you do that. You pick up the groceries and the ice cream and, and the specific thing that Peggy wanted, which I've forgotten what it was now.
Oh, the pumpkin pie.
Oh yeah, that's the reason you went to the store to begin with.
Yeah.
So you bring all that stuff back, and Peggy is sitting there with an empty bowl in front of her at the table. Um, and she's staring straight in front of her. She doesn't even notice you walk in the door because she just got this blank stare on her face.
It is Oscar. Peggy? What's the matter?
And uh, you see her, sh- when you say that, you see her shake. She shakes her head and then comes back to reality. It's like, and she's like, "Oh, good, you made it back with the pumpkin pie filling." Uh,
Yeah. Are you okay?
I feel a little bit dizzy. I thought it might be better if I just sat here till you get back, till you got back, because I think if I stand up on my own, I'm not gonna stay standing up.
Do you want me to help you back into your bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
Uh, and if you would, um, heat up some of the pumpkin pie filling and bring it to me.
Oh, sure.
Uh, and if I end up falling asleep, just leave it on my nightstand and I'll
Oh, okay.
eat it later. And you help her up and help her upstairs and you help her into bed and she actually hugs you for a second time today, which is something that never happens. But she has this rather frightened or slightly frightened look on her face. And she's like, I'm feeling dizzy and I don't know what's going on here. You know, and I'm starting to worry about that.
Uh, do you want me to take you to the hospital?
Mm. If the dizziness gets any worse, yes. But I think I'm going to try and get some sleep and see if that calms it down.
Okay, just let me know if you need anything.
Yeah, I'll just I'll just take a short nap, and if I wake up and I'm still dizzy, then we'll go to the hospital because this is weird. And you need to give me another spot hidden check.
That would be 11 out of 70.
Wow. After she hugs you and sort of falls back onto the pillow, um, as you're walking out of the room or away from the bed, you get far enough back that you notice you knew up to this point that there were deep handprints on both sides of her neck where the neighbor tried to strangle her. The initially the handprints were red, but as you back away from the bed, you notice that they've turned black. And you're not really sure why. You think they've just bruised they've just moved into bruise mode, but
That's what I'm assuming.
yeah. So you turn and walk out of the room and close the bedroom door, and you go to put the rest of the groceries away, and you hear a car pull up, and so you go to the kitchen window, and it's John coming home from the store, coming home from dinner and the store. And he comes up the steps, um, and then walks in the door and gives you a big hug and kisses you, and then just plops down in a kitchen chair by the table and starts to talk about what a stressful day this has been. And he tells you that his boss had him out taking pictures all afternoon in this beach area that's between Anton and the next little town over. It's nothing but beach between the two. And he's like, I have no idea why my boss was having me take pictures of the ocean all afternoon.
Uh, I thought you were taking pictures of the Halloween festival.
I did that at the end of the day after I got back from taking 2 rolls of pictures of nothing but ocean.
That's weird. Is it for the paper?
I guess he didn't give me a reason. He's just like, I need you to go get 2 rolls of pictures of the ocean. I'm,
Hmm.
I'm like, okay. Oh, next time the boss and his wife invite us to dinner, we might want to come up with an excuse not to.
Why is that?
Because the boss's wife is not the greatest cook in the world.
Ah,
It's gonna take me a day just to recover from eating that stuff.
oh, that bad?
That bad. Because with my boss sitting there, I couldn't not eat it. So, like, but I don't think I'd be going to dinner at their house again. Oh, so how are you and Peggy doing?
Well, Peggy's throat is pretty bruised up. She's said she's dizzy, so she's taking a rest in her room right now. If it gets any worse, I'm going to take her to the hospital.
Hmm.
I'm pretty shaken up. Oh, you said you wanted to look around in the neighbor's house tomorrow. I went over there because her cat wanted in and wanted to be fed, but it's a little weird. The floor's all wet, and there were some strange things in her refrigerator.
Hmm.
They look kind of like fish bins, sort of, but I don't know what they were doing in there.
And why was the floor covered with water?
I don't know, but it smelled like seawater.
Oh, well, then I'm definitely gonna grab one of the reporters from the newspaper and head over there tomorrow. Uh, like I said, I want to talk to her in the hospital.
Probably not a bad idea. But like I said, be careful just in case she's still off her head.
Mm, yeah. And he starts unloading the groceries onto the kitchen table. And there's a quart of uh, peppermint chip ice cream because that's Peggy's favorite flavor. And then there's also a quart of uh, triple fudge brownie ice cream. He's like, I got this for you. I figured you'd had a pretty rough day too. So,
Oh, yes, thank you.
and mm, I really can't wrap my head around this because things like this don't happen in this town.
Well, they certainly never have before.
And he, he also brings out the bag, a bottle of one of the bigger bottles of J- Jameson whiskey. And he didn't buy that at the store because you can't get that at the store right now.
Right.
Uh, I figured this would stock the bar a little bit. Uh, One of the print guys at the paper owed me a favor.
Ah.
Uh, I wouldn't suggest in case you're thinking about it, I wouldn't suggest mixing this with the chocolate ice cream. You'll be awake all night. And we don't need more than one sick human in the house at the same time. So, yeah. By this time, I would say it's like maybe 8 or 9 o'clock. And he's like, and I'm pretty tired too. The whole thing of trying to be polite to my boss and his wife while she was trying to food poison me.
Yeah.
Has
So I'm kind of hoping in that case you didn't bring home any leftovers.
actually I didn't. Turns out she didn't make as much as she thought she did. Thank God for
Well, at least one thing went right today.
yeah. I'm amazed that my boss is still alive, having to eat this stuff every day. Like,
Maybe he doesn't eat at home a lot.
yeah, maybe he doesn't. Have the police? I know they talked to you when the incident happened, but have they been by since then?
No.
Well, they're probably busy tonight with all the, petty vandalism and stuff going on.
Right.
So they'll probably be here by tomorrow. If somebody doesn't show up tomorrow, I will go talk to them. Uh, So at this point, he's like, have any of the trick or treaters shown up?
Surprisingly, no, not yet. That's maybe they're not out tonight. It's a little weird, but none of them have come here.
Yeah, 'cause it's after 8 and it's dark. You would think if they were coming, they would have shown up.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a little strange.
Well,
Did you see anybody out and about when you were on your way home?
there were a few teenagers out, but I didn't see any little kids in costumes or anything. No.
Strange.
Yeah. And I haven't heard that, the town outlawed trick or treating for the night or anything. I haven't heard any suitable explanation for that because it's not that cold, so it's not that. But I'd say we give them another half an hour or so and then we crash for the night because
Sounds good to me.
we're all tired and if nobody's gonna show up. And the half an hour passes and nobody comes to the door.
Well, more candy for me, I guess.
Because now you got the stuff he bought, plus, you know, triple fudge ice cream, all this stuff. It's like, this should keep you in sugar for a couple of days at least.
Yes.
So he's like, well, maybe they canceled Halloween this year and didn't tell us.
Yeah, if that's the case, it would be kind of interesting to know why.
Yeah. I'm sure the police department would be thrilled if that happened, because then the cops wouldn't have to go out and start arresting teenagers and stuff.
Right.
And yeah, this whole day has just been extremely weird with no explanation whatsoever. Starting to wonder about my boss's sanity a bit.
Why is that?
Having me stand out in the middle of nowhere
Oh,
all,
yeah.
af- all afternoon taking pictures of the ocean and like,
He didn't tell you why at all? He didn't tell you to be looking for anything specific, or just go out and take pictures of the ocean, huh?
yeah, he just said use up 2 rolls of film taking pictures of the ocean and like easiest, most boring job I've had, but I don't really know why.
Yeah, that's pretty strange. And he's never had you do anything like that before?
No. In fact, where he had me go to do it, I've never even been before.
Was there anyone there at the beach while you were taking pictures, or was it just you?
The place was deserted.
Weird.
Yeah. It's a stretch of, yeah, public beach. that's between um, Carlton and Anton, and I'd say it's a good quarter mile of coastline, but there was nobody out there.
Hmm.
Mm, So your guess is as good as mine as far as what's in my boss's head at the moment. Mm,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not the weirdest thing that's happened today, but it's weird.
I I don't think there's anything that has happened today that is not weird.
True.
And these are the kind of days when where you end up having a nightmare and it's the calmest part of your day.
Yes,
Mm,
well, I know what you're saying, but I hope that doesn't happen because we all need our sleep tonight.
Yeah. So fact, I'm gonna go check on Peggy and then I don't know about you, but I'm ready to call it a day.
Yes, more than ready.
So he goes in, he checks on Peggy. Um, there's an empty bowl with uh, pumpkin pie filling scraps in the bottom of the bowl. And he grabs that and brings it out. Yeah. Says, so Peggy ate pumpkin pie filling for dinner tonight? Or,
No, she had a can of soup for dinner. That was later.
uh, because that is about the most solid thing you're going to get her throat to handle. Uh, so he puts the bowl in the sink and goes, well, hope she starts feeling better tomorrow.
How did she look?
Mm, nah. To be certain, I would have had to turn on the light, but she looked, her face looked kind of grayish color, which is a little odd. But I figured since she was asleep, I didn't really want to bother her. But
Okay, well, we'll check on her in the morning.
yeah, and the two of you know, put leftover stuff in the fridge and leftover dishes in the sink and turn off the lights and lock the door and you guys head for bed. Um,
Maybe this would be a good time to take a break because I have to feed the dog in a few minutes.
yeah, that's true. So, uh, we'll be back. We're gonna take a 20-minute break to go to the bathroom and feed Robin's furry monster, and then we'll be back to see what happens
Yeah,
on this rather odd Halloween night. So,
yeah, nothing good would be my guess.
my point being, stay away from seafood on Halloween, but uh, you'll find out why in a bit.
I'll
Let
be
me
back.
pause here. There we go. Hello, hello, and welcome back to our Halloween Cthulhu episode. So, before the break, everybody had went to bed and in hopes of getting a good night's sleep, and maybe in the morning all this would be an illusion or a dream or whatever, and everything would be fine. So, but the sun comes up, and literally just after the sun comes up, the phone rings. And so, which one of you is going to get up and go answer the phone
I guess I will since it woke me up.
on a rather frosty, snowy 1st of November in upstate Maine? You get out of bed and you realize just how cold it is. And you're like, maybe after I answer the phone, I'll make coffee because it's cold. You answer the phone and it's John's boss at the newspaper, and he wants to talk to John.
Okay, hang on just a minute. I'll go get him. So I'll put the phone down and I'll go back and wake John up if he's not already awake.
He's sort of partially awake. He's all grumbly and like, "Who's? Why is the phone ringing at this time in the morning?"
It's your boss. He wants to talk to you about something. He didn't tell me what.
And you see John's head just sort of slump. He, he's like, "Guy won't even let me have breakfast." And so he gets up out of bed, throws his boxer shorts on really quick, and heads for the phone. And they talk a while, and you can see that John is getting more and more agitated as this phone call goes on. And after about 15 minutes, he hangs up the phone. He's like, "You know what? I really got to find another job."
Well, what was that about? Does he want you to go take pictures of the ocean again?
Actually, yes.
And he didn't say why or anything?
And he wants me to get there as early as I can possibly get there, which
Hmm.
all which also doesn't make any sense to me. Like the
Uh,
ocean, like the ocean's gonna be different in 2 hours than it is right now.
yeah, that's pretty weird. I know. Here, I'll make some coffee real quick so you can at least have some of that before you go.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go do this, and then I'm gonna grab a reporter guy and go over to the hospital, and then go next door.
Okay.
Since I'm up this early, I might as well do something useful with it. Oh, and by the way, I'll come home for lunch. So just to give you a heads up.
Okay,
Uh,
I'll have something ready.
and while you're making coffee, I'm gonna go pop in on Peggy and see if she's awake and how she's doing.
Good
Uh,
idea.
if not, I'll just let her sleep. But I want to go check, see, see if anything has changed overnight.
Hopefully she's improved overnight.
Hopefully. So you start making coffee, and uh, he goes off. As he gets to the doorway, he stands, turns around, and goes, uh, to go with the coffee, do we have like toast? Or should I have gotten bread when I was at the store or what?
No, we've got that.
Okay,
I can toast you some toast.
okay. Just to put something in my stomach to counter the coffee. Coffee on an empty stomach is I don't want to get to the newspaper and throw up all over my boss.
Probably not.
Actually, come to think of it, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Uh,
Well, hell, I could pour some whiskey in your coffee for you.
yeah, it give me a reason to for the strange pictures I'm taking. And the thing is, he hasn't put any of these in the paper, so I have no idea what he wants. Rolls and rolls of ocean pictures for him.
Maybe he just really likes the ocean. Pretty strange, especially since he's never asked you to do anything like this before.
Uh, I'm half tempted to put him in the car and take him over there and toss him in. You know, you like the ocean that well?
or or just give him a camera and take him there and tell him, okay, take as many rolls as you want.
Yeah. And oh, by the way, I'm leaving while you're doing that.
Yeah.
Mm. So you got to walk home. But I don't think I'd be employed very long after that. But that might not be a bad idea either.
Well, if you ever decided you wanted to quit, that might be the way to do it.
Right, yeah. See, that way I could make him fire me and get unemployment. Actually, in the 20s, I don't think they had unemployment. If you were unemployed, you were just screwed.
You were just,
And
yeah, you were SOL.
so he and that and with that he turns around and heads upstairs to go check on Peggy. He comes back downstairs fairly quickly. Did you hear her get up last night at all?
No, I was pretty soundly asleep. Why? Did you get up?
She's not there. And her and even the weirder part of it, there's a puddle of water in her bed.
In her bed?
Yeah.
Is the floor around there wet too, or just in her bed?
The floor is, but it's wet. There's wet footprints on the floor. So your guess is as good as mine. And the the windows are closed. She hasn't gone through the living room because you would have noticed.
Right. Plus, I go check the front door and door just to see if it's still locked from the inside because I locked it before I went to bed last night.
And you get there, and the door's locked. But the little glass window in the top of the door, because some of the fancier doors have glass windows in them,
Right.
that's broken out. But it's not big enough for a 13-year-old
Right. I was
girl.
gonna say I know she didn't get out that way, but it's kind of strange that neither of us heard the glass breaking.
Yeah, this is getting really weird. Well, he he takes 2 or 3 sips of coffee and shoves the toast into his mouth and like walks over and gives you a quick hug and is like, I'm gonna go take these pictures and do the investigating I was gonna do, and then when I come back for lunch, we'll go looking for her. Uh,
Well,
yeah,
I'm gonna go take a quick sweep around the neighborhood now and
yeah.
see if if she's wandering around.
Oh, and you might want to call the police just in case.
Right. They usually require a certain length of time before you file a missing persons report though.
Yeah, it's true. Usually 24 hours, but you know. So I guess we have to wait till tomorrow morning to call them.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll find her or she'll show up before then.
Yeah, but after this, I think we need a vacation.
Definitely.
And he's like, you know, he's half mumbling because his mouth is full of toast. But he's like, I'll be back as quickly as I can and we'll go see what we can find.
Okay.
And he heads out the door. So after he heads out the door and you hear the car take off, what do you do?
So first of all, is it a weekdays? I mean, I need to get to school, right?
Yeah, yeah. Halloween this year is on a Tuesday, so it would be Wednesday now.
So I guess I'll do a quick sweep. I'll just drive around the neighborhood real quick and see if I can spot Peggy anywhere. And if not, then I'll just go home and get ready to head off to school.
Hmm. Yeah, 'cause you've got to go to work.
Hmm.
Um, yeah. So you ho- you hop in your vehicle. You guys are one of the few couples in the neighborhood that have separate cars at this point. Because you need one for you to get to work, and he needs one because God knows where his boss might send him on a given day.
Right.
So, um, do, did you clean the the neighbor's blood off the back of your car yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. So you get in your car and start driving around. Give me a spot hidden check to see if she is anywhere in the neighborhood.
Okay, that's 30 out of 70.
You find her about, let's see, about 3 blocks away from the house. She's sitting under this tree, but something looks off. Are you gonna get out of your car and go up to her?
Yes.
She's got that blank stare on her face, like she did in the kitchen. But you also notice that the black fingerprints, the fingerprints around her neck are gone, but there are uh, like if you were to pick up her hand, there'd be black streaks running down both arms from her like elbow to her hand on both
Hmm.
sides. And this time, unlike the other time that she had the blank stare, when you touch her, this time it doesn't register. She just continues staring off into God knows what. She she doesn't look like she's in pain. She's got sort of a half smile on her face. Uh, so, what do you do?
Um, I'm going to try to help her up and get her into the car, and then I'm gonna drive to the school, leave her in the car, run and talk to the principal, tell him there's been an emergency and I need to take my daughter to the hospital. And then I'm gonna take her to the hospital because this is freaking weird and I'm starting to freak out here.
Okay. You are able to get her into the car with no trouble. She goes along with you, but she, nah, she doesn't recognize you or interact with you. It's like you're just sort of helping her along by the arm, and she gets into the car and gets into the passenger side and just basically sits there. Now she's just staring out the windshield and, you know, staring off in front of her. And you go drive to the school and you hop out real quick and you go talk to the principal for a couple minutes. Um, he's like, so Peggy too, huh?
What do you mean?
I've been here since 6 this morning, and in that time, from then till now, 12, I've gotten 12 phone calls from parents telling me that their child is not coming to school today because they have to take them to the emergency room.
What the hell's going on?
If you find out, let me know, because I have a clue.
Okay. This is just getting weirder and weirder.
Yeah. Oh, and please, if you do find anything out at the hospital, call me or come back and let me know,
Yes, of course.
cause the head of the school board is already yelling at me, and it's only been half a day. Uh, and I keep trying to tell him I don't know any more than he does. So, and with that, you walk out of the principal's office and walk out of the school, then head back to the car. And Peggy is basically sitting there like a statue. Uh, the only difference is, even in the very short time that you were in the principal's office, the the black markings that were running down her arms have gotten worse. Uh, they almost cover her entire forearm now, and on both arms. But sitting there staring like she doesn't realize anything anymore.
So yeah, definitely take her to the emergency room.
You know,
Even though it sounds like sounds like they're going to be pretty busy, but yeah.
you get to the hospital. You the, you help Becky or Peggy out of the car and help her walk into the emergency room. And you do, while standing at the desk signing in, you do see several of children who would be her classmates, and they're all doing the same thing. In fact, they're all doing exactly what Peggy is doing, is staring off blankly into space.
Do they all have the black marks too?
Three of them that you notice don't, but the other 9, the other 10, including Peggy, do. do. But there are 3 of them that don't, but they're still staring blankly into space.
And are they all ages?
They're, um, from what you can estimate, they're probably all a year or 2 either side of Peggy.
Okay, so they're not little kids.
No.
What? Right here? Daddy up? Daddy up there? Oh, yes. Okay. He heard Sean woke up from his nap and Chase heard him in the kitchen out there.
Yeah, but he's like, whenever he wakes up, he heads for the kitchen, so I have to go out there now. Yeah. He could be making food without me. It'd be horrible. Yeah.
Right.
So,
Serious. That dog has serious FOMO.
yeah. So and then you turn after you get uh, you're signed in, and the nurse tells you and Becky to go have a seat. Or Peggy. Why I keep calling her Becky, I don't know. Um, but so you guys find the only two seats available, which is over in the corner. Um, next to this elderly man, which you recognize as the owner of the Anton Bank. It's a little local bank that, it's the only one in town. And you look at him for a second and you realize that he's doing exactly what the others are doing. None of the parents are doing it, but he is.
Hmm.
And a little while after you sit down, the nurse comes and calls him to go back in the back. He gets up and you see one of his hands from underneath his dress shirt, and his hand is entirely black. I mean, solid. Not this stripes like Peggy and some of the other kids have. His hand is solid black. And he walks off, following the nurse, staring blankly into space. You can't really figure out how he's able to follow directions when it doesn't even seem like he's on the same planet right now. Uh, So are you just gonna sit there and wait, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit there and wait. That's what hospital waiting rooms are for.
And I and some 3 hours later, you are called. You and Peggy are called back to the back. And as you're passing through the door, the guy that went in before you, the bank guy, pushes past you on his way out the door. And you see both of his hands, and they're both solid black. The the other difference is he's not staring blankly into space anymore, but he does seem highly agitated now. And as he pushes his way out the front door of the hospital, he pushes it hard enough that it almost slams. And the nurse then leads you back to the same room that he was in. Because this is a small town hospital and they only have 2 or 3 examination rooms. So they lead you, the nurse leads you back to the room that he just came out of. And you notice, just by general feel, that the carpet is squishy. Fact, you tell yourself that if you reach down and touch the carpet, it's probably wet. Just like the wet footsteps you en- encountered earlier.
Right.
So the nurse turns to you and says, "How can we help you today?"
So even though it's pretty self-explanatory just by looking at her, I tell her what's going on with, or what appears to be going on with Peggy. I don't know what's wrong with her. And I do mention that I noticed that there seem to be several people in the waiting room in the same condition. So I'm wondering, is it some sort of weird, like, uh, pandemic? I mean, what is this? Do you have any idea?
She says, "Currently, no, because we haven't got any of the tests back yet. We're still in the t- doing tests and gathering information stage. Um, but you're right, it is weird to see that many people in one place with similar issues."
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
I haven't, but then again, I haven't been here I've only been here a couple of years, so whether this happened any time before that, I don't know. But if it had, you'd think somebody would mention it,
Yeah.
because it is probably the strangest thing that's happened in this town for a while.
So you're gonna do what, tests on my daughter, or
Well, about the best we can do, given that we have no uh, template to follow, is take do a blood test and do a toxicology uh, panel to see if there's anything in her body that shouldn't be there. Uh, that's what we've done to everybody that's sitting outside. The thing is, it takes a couple of days to get the results back.
and you'll inform us when if you find anything?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, after we get the results back and the doctors looked at them, we'll give you a call. So, but un until and unless something shows up on the test, that's about the best we can do because none of us have ever seen this before.
So there's nothing I can do for her then?
Mm, mm. Not that we found out. Now, if you, I don't know, maybe if you played music, it might snap her out of it or whatever, but at this point, we haven't found anything. Um, she, I'll be right back with the blood draw stuff, and
Okay.
we can do that and get you out of here. Uh, A few minutes later, she comes back with your standard blood draw kit, and she sticks a needle in Peggy's arm, and Peggy doesn't even flinch. In fact, nothing changes. She's just staring off into space. Then she takes 3 or 4 of the little vials of blood and then puts a band aid on it and goes, "Okay, we're done. Uh, you'll get a call from us in a day or two once we get the results back. Uh, just have her rest and, you know, I was about to say not have her do anything strenuous, but it doesn't look like she's blankly staring off into space. Doesn't look like she's gonna be doing a whole lot.
No.
Mm, mm. So the two of you get back, leave the hospital, and get back into the car and head back home. You see John's car um, already sitting in the driveway. You walk into the house and he's st- sitting in the living room watching the news, the noon news. And the headline on the TV says 11 people dead on because of strangest holiday accident in history. And that's the headline at the bottom of the screen. You guys are all actually, hold on. They wouldn't even have TV back then. TV
Radio.
didn't, yeah, TV did not appear until like the 50s. So, but so he's sitting there listening to the radio, and there's some distraught female that they're interviewing, and she's like, I don't know what in the world this is. I've never seen anything like it before. I went down to the beach and there were bodies laying on the beach. There was about a dozen of them. But there was definitely something wrong with them. They didn't look anywhere near normal. But have no idea what that is. I'm just telling you what I saw because slightly after seeing that, I ran away. I called the cops, but I ran away. Yeah.
So I'll ask John, do you know what she's talking about? Were there any bodies on the beach when you went down to take pictures?
No, but if her location is accurate, that is the location where I was taken earlier. So this had to happen between the time I was out there and now. Because there weren't any bodies when I was there. And there weren't any when I left. So I don't know what this is any more than anybody else does. Um, were you able to make any progress on your end?
I, well, she's obviously standing right here with us. I found Peggy, but as you can see, something's really wrong with her. We were just at the hospital. There were a bunch of people in the same state there. The doctors don't know what it is.
John's like, oh great. It's not bad enough that she's sick, but on top of that, they have no idea what it is.
Right.
How is that ever going to help anything?
They did take some blood tests, so hopefully in a couple of days we'll get some kind of answer.
Hopefully. With those guys, I'm not, holding my breath or anything. So, in fact, if we don't hear from them in a day or two, one of us should go back down there again. Uh, so my thought is lunch, and then I'm headed to the neighbor's house.
I thought you wanted to talk to her first.
Given what's been going on, I don't know whether she could tell us much.
Well, if she's in the same state as Peggy and the others are, I guess not.
Mm, so, and I'll just do it in reverse. I'll go snoop around her house, and then I'll go over and ask her what kind of crap. why is she? Why does she have such and such in her house?
Okay.
Mm, so maybe I can get some answers that way.
Well, you better be really careful if you do it that way, though, because if she's still as violent as she was yesterday, then she might not be too happy with you having snooped around in her house.
Well, I'm not gonna get close enough that she can get to me. I'm gonna stay on the other side of the room. That way she
Oh,
can
that's
that
smart.
that way she can be as upset as she wants. And oh, if she tried to get out of bed and jump me, I'll have time to head out the door before she gets to me.
Well, hopefully they have her restrained or sedated or something.
So hey, so you guys have a quick thrown together lunch because while you're doing that, the phone rings and it's John's boss again, wanting him to go somewhere else. And John basically says, my daughter is ill, I'm done for the day. And you can hear his boss actually yell at him from from where you're standing, which is like 2 feet behind him. And with that, John just hangs up without saying anything else.
Did he want you to go take pictures of the ocean again?
Mm. This time, like a couple of hours from here, almost up around the Canadian border. And he wouldn't give me a reason for doing it. He was just like, I want you to go do this. And I told him that uh, Peggy was sick and I wasn't going anywhere. And he just went ballistic on me. I'm
Is he
definitely,
usually like that?
no, I'm definitely going to check our savings. And if we have enough savings, I'm going to start hunting for a job because I'm really starting to wonder about that guy and his wife.
Yeah, I am too at this point.
Mm. So, shouldn't take me more than an hour or so to do the two things, to go through her house and then go talk to her, if she's even conscious at this point. So, did you have an idea for lunch, or do we want to wait for that till I get back in about an hour?
I can just throw us together some sandwiches or something.
That works. So, you busy yourself doing that. Uh, and he calls the newspaper while you're doing that and talks to somebody, talks to one of the reporters and tells him to meet him next at the neighbor's house in like half an hour. By the time you and Peggy and John are done with lunch, you hear a car basically pull up in front of the neighbor's house. John looks out the kitchen window and goes, "Oh, that's Randy. That's the reporter." So he hurriedly finishes his sandwich and gives you a kiss and a hug and heads out the door. Says I should be back in about an hour unless something is really weird.
Okay.
And he goes off. Uh, he heads down the steps and cuts across your yard and meets Randy in front of the neighbor's house. And after surveying all the windows, they go to the front door and he turns the knob and the door opens and they go straight in the door, not even locked. Um, 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 you don't see them come out again after that. Um, so what do you do while they're over investigating the neighbor's house?
Well, I guess I'll get Peggy to her bedroom and get her settled in
No.
because she's probably not going to be doing much other than laying around in bed.
Right. So you do that. Yeah. An hour goes by. You're just piddling around doing little stuff around the house, hoping that Peggy will like come out of whatever she seems to be in.
Right.
And then the phone rings.
Okay, well, I guess I'll answer it.
It's John, and he has a very panicked tone of voice.
What's going on?
Uh, we have a big problem.
What?
How can I put this politely? Uh, the newspaper now has one less reporter than they had this morning.
What happened?
Well, found the neighbor. At least I think that's what that was.
Back at her house?
Yeah,
And
and we went all through her house, and there was strange. There was a stack of strange letters on the kitchen table, and the reporter read one, and that's when the neighbor, or whatever that was, snuck up behind the Randy, grabbed him by the neck, and drug him down to the basement.
okay, well, you keep saying or whatever that was. Has she changed somehow?
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. You remember the black stuff on Becky's arms, or Peggy's arms,
Yes.
and you said the majority of the people in the emergency room had similar markings, right?
Yes.
Well, that is apparently progressive because the neighbor is black from head to toe.
Okay.
And she, her eyes are bigger than usual, and she
And
has
she apparently still is has violent tendencies.
she has more teeth than your average human would.
Oh, that's not good.
No. And the entire house has about 2 inches of black sludgy water on the floor.
It's not just like seawater like it was before.
It's black,
Ooh.
and it's all over the house.
Uh, you might want to get out of there and come back home really quick before anything happens to you too.
Well, and I also figured I needed to go tell the owner of the paper what happened because he
Yeah.
now he now has one less reporter than he had this morning.
Why don't you just come home and call him from home instead
Yeah.
of going over there?
Um. Yeah. I'm going before I head out. I'm going to take a quick look into the basement because that's where the neighbor dragged Randy.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Well, I'm just gonna stand at the top of the stairs and look down into the basement and see if I can see anything. I'm not going to go down into the basement itself.
Okay.
And so I should see you in a few minutes. And with that, he hangs up the phone. So about 15 minutes later, he walks through the front door. Uh, he's like, "This is not good." I
No?
was I was able to see Randy from the top of the stairs. This is not good.
Was he dead?
Unless you can be alive, being in four pieces, yes,
No, I guess you can't be, huh?
it'd be somewhat difficult.
Uh, Maybe we should call the police.
Yeah, that's gonna be the first call, and then I've got to call my boss. Um, so he basically jumps on the phone, called the police department, doesn't tell him exactly what he saw because he thinks they'll think he's a nut job and.
Right.
But he did tell them that they needed to go over to the neighbor's house.
Okay.
He hangs up there and called his boss, and nobody answers. And give me a spot hidden roll.
77 out of 70. Just missed that one.
So, what you don't see is while you're talking with John, uh, Peggy gets up, walks downstairs, and walks out the front door, still with this blank stare on her face, like she's in a trance or something. but she just casually walks out the door. She's she's in her pajamas because she's been in bed for 2 days. Uh, and it's like, John's like, I'm going to have to get the cops to go over to my boss's place because he's not answering. And nobody at the paper is answering. And yeah,
Nobody at the paper is answering?
nope.
Okay, that's definitely concerning.
And so, and I've got to turn in these 3 reels of film anyway, which that'll be a total of 6 rolls of film that I've shot just of the ocean coming in and going out. And I have no idea what he wants it for.
Yeah, that's yet another weird thing.
Um, After he says that, he turns slightly and goes, "Do you know?" He looks down and goes, "Do you see that?" And there's uh, watery footprints on the tile that's leading to the front door. He's like, "What in the world is that?"
I I have no idea. I don't think I stepped in any water.
And it's not raining outside, so yeah. And why would there be footprints?
I I'm gonna go check on Peggy. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go up to her room.
And, and as you're walking up the stairs, you hear the police siren, and then it stops. And then you hear John answer the door. You get to Peggy's room, and she's not there. She's Her bed is covered in black liquid, which, if you touch it, is the consistency of almost pudding like.
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch it.
It's maybe a little thinner than that, but it's definitely thicker than water. So you head, what do you do? Do you head back downstairs or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna run back downstairs to tell John that she's missing again.
So you do that, but this time you see a cop standing in your living room. Because John called the cops.
Mhm.
And you see the two of them talking to each other. What are you going to do?
Oh, well, what are they talking about? Like, are they talking about the neighbor?
Yeah. John's giving him a statement of what he saw in the neighbor's house.
Okay. And I'll add that our daughter seems to be missing from her room.
And they both stop. They're like, what?
Yeah, I didn't see her walk out or anything, but she's gone. And there's black sludgy stuff on the bed.
They both look at you like, and the cop's like, I have to go up and look at this.
Please do.
Uh, could you guys come up with me and show me where her bedroom is?
Yeah, so we'll do that.
This time John is following you. And you get to the bedroom door and you push it open, and it still looks exactly like what I just told you. There's black sludge. I guess it's more of a gravy type consistency, uh, but um, it's all over the bed. It's all over the sheets and the blankets, and yeah, it basically covers the bed. And give me a spot hidden roll, and I'll roll for John and the cop too.
Okay. That is 50 out of 70.
Oh. So you and John see this book on the table on her nightstand. The cop's got no clue. He he's freaking out about the black gravy. It's like, but the book on the nightstand is this little. If there was such a thing back then, it would look like one of these self-published books with the spring binding and cardboard covers and all
Hmm.
that. Um, and it has two letters on the front, two words on the front, and the two words are uh, deep one.
And my first thought based on those words is she into some kind of porn? What's going on here?
So,
Because I've
with
definitely never seen this book in our house, so I don't.
neither one of you have. This is the first time the two of you have ever seen this. Which one of you is going to pick up the book and open the book?
I'm not.
So, I will make a dex roll for John to see how this goes. He goes to pick it up, opens the front cover, and drops the book. And he's just standing there with a shocked look on his face.
What is it?
Uh, I don't know. Uh, you try to take a look at this.
Okay. I guess I'll go over and bend over and pick it up.
And give me a dex roll.
6 out of 50.
Well, you have no problem picking it up and opening it. But you open it and basically you're you read the uh, first page, but you also notice on the inside cover there is a um, what do they call them? Um, it's basically got Peggy's name in it, and it's signed by
Well, it's autographed. Okay.
yeah, it's well, it's signed by the owner of the newspaper,
Hmm.
and it says to our favorite new child, and it's signed by the owner of the newspaper.
Is that John's boss?
Yeah,
So that's definitely weird. Especially considering that John and I have never seen this book.
nope.
And what the fuck does that mean, new child?
And like I said, a chill basically goes from your head to your toes, and I need a sanity check.
22 out of 80.
You're good with those sanity checks, if nothing else.
Yeah.
So, you're you shake off the chill, and you're like, you know, what in the world is this? And you turn to John and you're like, why would your boss be giving Peggy books? And John just shakes his head. Like, have you ever seen this book before?
No. Have you?
No. Why would Peggy be hiding something like this?
I don't know. Guess I'll kind of flip through the book and like read bits and pieces of it and see what the hell it is.
It talks about uh, um, on the second page, there's another little blurb by his boss to Peggy that says, if you follow us, we will help you to reach your new home. And then as you look in this book, the major title says, uh, the threefold oath of Dagon, as put forth by the Deep One.
So I kind of really gotta look at John and say, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but it looks like Peggy is joining a cult that apparently your boss has something to do with. And I show him
Yeah,
I turn the book around and show it to him.
and he leafs through it, reading it like you did, and then just sort of drops it on the bed, and he turns to look at you, but he doesn't see you because he now has the same far off stare on his face that Peggy did.
Aw, shit. Do I
And
need to roll another sanity check?
yeah,
Because legit, I would need to roll. I would need to do a sanity check at just about that point.
right.
Okay, 27 out of 80. I'm managing to hold my shit together for some reason.
The cop is standing behind the two of you and finally is able to break himself away from staring at this pile of black gravy that used to be uh, Peggy's bed.
So I'm immediately gonna like not figuratively jump on him and be like, what can you tell me about this? Do you have any idea if there's some weird ass cult running around the town, or what is this? Have you ever seen this? And I show him the book, and I'm like, sort of freaking out.
He's like, I've never seen this before. Who the hell is Dagon anyway?
I don't know. Like I said, it sounds like a cult. It sounds like some demon, doesn't it?
And while you and the cop are talking, John, still with the far off stare on his face, turns around, walks out of the room, and starts to walk back downstairs. Give me a spot hidden roll to see if you notice him doing that.
Okay. Oh, that is a total botch. That is 100 out of 70. So
Ouch.
obviously not.
At this point, even though your sanity is holding, this has been such an ordeal for you over the last 48 hours or so that you just lose it. You start like sobbing and you start pounding on the cop, going, yeah, you're supposed to know, you're supposed to be helping us. You, you're supposed to know what's going on.
Accurate. That's probably just about exactly what I'd be
And,
doing.
and so, eh, and the cop, like, literally without even looking at you, pushes you down on Peggy's bed. And he's like, I don't know what the hell's going on here, but I do know one thing. I'm out of here. And he turns and leaves.
Yeah, I guess I'll follow him down the stairs.
You you are now the back of you is covered in whatever it is that's on Peggy's bed.
Yuck.
And but you try to follow the cop down the stairs. You, the two of you get to the bottom of the stairs just in time to see John walk out the door. You know, he's walking slowly, but he walks out the door.
Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna follow. I at least want to see where he's going. Maybe there'll be some sort of answer.
So the two of you follow John. Um, Strangely enough, he stops in the neighbor's yard. And even though you thought you knew where Peggy was, oddly enough, when you walk out the door to follow John, Peggy is already standing in the neighbor's yard. And the two of them start chanting in unison. Um, Dagon, the old one, is coming. And this chant continues. And once they start doing this, people in the neighborhood start coming out of their houses, and you even start seeing some of the school kids that were in the emergency room when you took Becky in, and they all start to congregate in the neighbor's yard.
Are they all starey and black?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna run. I'm gonna get the hell out of there. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna get in my car and I'm just gonna like peel out and
and
go anywhere.
and as they begin to gather, they start chanting too, and the chant gets louder and louder as it goes.
Yeah, like I said, I'm gone. I'm gonna get in my car and just leave. This is too weird.
Give me a health check.
Oh, what?
A health check.
Health? Um,
Yeah. Or,
I don't know. I don't know if there is a
or
health.
well, okay. Oh, well, give me a first aid check then. That's as close as you're gonna get, I think.
Okay, first aid. Hang on. Okay.
Yeah.
60 out of 50.
You start as you're driving, you start to feel dizzy. Very dizzy. What do you want to do?
Um, I'm trying to decide whether I want to just keep trying to drive or pull over and try to run on foot or try to get someone. I'm just gonna keep driving. I'm just gonna try to keep driving.
Give me a drive roll.
Drive, where's drive on this thing? There it is. Ooh, oh no.
What?
94 out of 50.
Not a botch, but you failed.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's almost a botch.
You failed big time. You get so dizzy, even though you have decided to keep driving. You get so dizzy that you lose control of the car and it hits a nearby tree. It doesn't total the car, but it does enough damage that the car won't go anymore. So, and give me another first aid check.
75 out of 50. I swear my dice really don't like me.
You're still alive. You can, even though as dizzy as you are, and things have gotten blurry by now, um, you can tell that you're still alive, but you can also tell that you're seriously injured. So, what do you want to do?
Um, I guess I need to get out of the car, look for how far out of town am I?
Well, no. Um, You're in your neighborhood at
Shit.
the edge of town.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, I need to try to find a phone. Try to find a house that has a phone
Mm,
and call for an ambulance.
no. You realize as your head clears for just a second as you force yourself to get out of your car and the pain that you're in clears the fog in your head a bit. Um, you notice you're about a block and a half away from John's boss's house.
Okay, well, I don't want to go there because I already have a feeling he's got something to do with this weird shit that's going on. So I'm going to avoid his place.
So, well, there are other houses in the neighborhood. So, are you gonna like go up to the house next door to that or
Yeah,
across it?
yeah, I'll go up to the one, yeah, I guess next door to his.
So, you go up onto the front porch of the house next door and start, you know, vigorously knocking on the door, trying to get in. There, you do this for like 30 seconds and there's no response. Give me a spot hidden roll.
83 out of 70.
Okay. You get the feeling that something, as you're knocking on the door, something passes behind you in the street behind you.
Okay. Well, I'll turn around as fast as I can, considering I'm injured. I don't know how fast I can move.
Nah, you just want to turn around, you're fine. Um, I need 2 sanity checks.
Okay. Oh, come on. First one's 95 out of 80.
Right?
Should I even bother to do another
Yeah,
one?
yeah.
Okay, the next one's 4 out of 80.
So, um, roll me a. Here, let me get the chart first so I can tell you properly what to do here. Okay. Uh, damage. Ah, okay. Okay. Roll a d10
Okay.
and tell me what you get.
All right. 3.
Um, okay. You basically you go you fly into the biggest rage you've ever been in.
Okay.
Um, you even kick down the neighbor's door to try and get to a phone.
What pissed me off so bad?
Uh, the stress overload, and you basically lost it.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't
You,
something I saw.
it well when you messed up your when you did your sanity roll and
Right. Well, I thought you asked me to do a sanity roll because there
yeah
was something behind me.
well yeah what was behind you is the true form of John's boss and his wife
Ah, okay.
because they were walking down the street to meet their quote minions in the neighbor's front yard where John and
Oh, okay.
Peggy currently and half the neighborhood currently is standing there chanting, waiting for them. And
Okay.
the chant is loud enough that you can hear it from where you are. And you just lost it.
All
And
right. Well, since I kicked on the door, then I'm gonna go in and look for the phone.
right. And at which point a man, a woman, and two children are standing there. And the man is like, why did you just break down our door? And you aren't able to say anything.
Yeah. So I just kind of turn and I point out
And
into the street.
and he goes to escort you back out the door.
Oh no, I'm fighting him. I am
Oh,
so gonna fight him.
you grab him and slam him against the wall. And he just sort of slumps down, and his wife and his kids sort of start cowering in the corner. But then, as you realize you could not speak when he asked you a question, using the phone is going to be useless to you because you can't speak.
Okay, so if they're still out there, I'm gonna grab the wife and pull her to the open door and show her what's out there. So hoping that she will call for me, because wouldn't you call the cops if you saw some shit like that?
She faints. She just like, she sees what you see, but but two of those things that she sees is his boss and John's boss and his wife, and she just faints because her brain can't process this, and she just goes plop on the floor, and the kids rush over to her, and you're just standing there in this blind rage and
Sure as hell not going back outside.
and in a couple of minutes the guy sort of slowly opens his eyes and sees his wife on the floor and his kid standing over his wife, and you're standing there by the door. And he once again attempts to escort you out the door. Because, for all he knows, the reason his wife is laying on the floor uh, fainted is because of something you did. Because he wasn't awake during any of this.
Well, I'm gonna let him get me to the door just so he can get a look at what's happening himself, and then maybe he'll do something. But I'm not gonna let him push me out the door.
No. Give me a strength check then, because he's determined to shove you out the door, and even though he can't close the door behind you because there is no door anymore.
32 out of 50.
Uh, he's not able to move you.
So I'm just gonna keep like desperately pointing out the door, hoping he's gonna go look, and then hopefully he'll call the cops or call somebody.
Well, he does look out the door. And he actually made his sanity check. Actually, no, he didn't. Because he got a 95 on his sanity check, which is a very close to
Right, which is what I got actually.
right. So, let me look at the chart, see what happens to him.
Oh, this is just going from bad to worse.
Well, you're talking about a very high level eldritch creature, and even looking at them, if you look at Cthulhu straight in the face, it will kill you dead. As you know, so, and what you're dealing with is about as close to that as you can get without it being him. So you're lucky the guy just didn't keel over dead. Okay, got a 9. Mm. He looks out the door, grabs both sides of his head, turns and looks at you, and runs out the door.
Oh, God.
And by this time, John's boss and his wife have made it to the neighbor's yard, and and about 15 people, including John and Peggy, are chanting, and these two are just standing in front of them while they're chanting because they're basically trying to get the deep one to actually appear. And you're still in this blind rage because the guy just ran out the door screaming, and his wife is still fainted on the floor, and the two kids are still huddled over her, trying to wake her up.
Okay, so I'm in an insane blind rage, right?
Right.
Okay, so I'm guess that being the case, I'm going to do the only thing I can think to do, which is definitely suicide.
Right.
I'm going to run back to the neighbor's yard and just start attacking these people that are chanting, trying to get them to shut up, to stop.
Okay. Okay. I was going to have you roll initiative and all that, but they don't know you're coming. They don't know that you're about to attack them. So they're all, happily but unknowingly chanting their little brains out. And you run up to them. Um,
I'm just
what
gonna start like clawing and biting and everything. If I'm just like in a rage, I'm just gonna like
what is your dex number on your
50.
50? Um, the regular people like John and Peggy and the other high school kids, it doesn't affect them. They keep they keep chanting, uh, yeah. But John's boss and his wife, who are now in actual daggone Fowler form, notice. And strangely enough, your initiative beat his wife, but not him. So he rushes up to you and attacks you. How many hit points do you have?
9.
Um, that's high enough. One of his tentacles from around his chest area reaches out and slaps you. He doesn't try to grab you. He's just trying to knock you out or kill you. And, and it does. It hits you in the head and does 4 points of damage to you.
Okay.
And I need another sanity check because you are now in combat with an eldritch creature.
Okay. 60 out of 80.
So you keep, you know, you keep it together to the point that you have it.
Right. And now I'm like forgetting, I'm like ignoring his followers and I'm just going to attack him.
Right. So how are you going to do that?
Damn, I'm just like a little ball of fury. So I'm just gonna.
I mean, are you gonna grab something, or are you just
Oh
gonna
no,
be?
no, I'm attacking with fingernails, teeth.
You're basically just doing old style animal attack.
Yes.
Okay. Um, what does the combat section on your sheet say?
There isn't one. I just printed out the first page of the sheet.
Yeah. Um. So you get one attack,
Oh, yeah.
and
Damage is 1d3
uh,
plus DB. I don't know what that is.
that's your damage
Oh.
bonus.
Oh, I don't know how to calculate that.
That's your goes with your build and stuff like that.
Oh, my build was 0.
So so you have no damage bonus. It's
Right.
just D3.
Yeah.
So give me an attack roll.
Okay. And since there is no D3, do I use a D4?
Well, no, that's damage.
Oh.
You have to give me an attack roll
Oh,
first.
okay. So would that be brawl?
Yeah.
Okay, and I didn't put anything in that, so it has to be 25, which is not. Hey, yeah, that's 88 out of 25.
You swing claw wildly. You get more black goo on your fingers, but that's about it. Um, strange, strangely enough, he misses. He lashes out with another tentacle and misses. Um, but now his wife is going to attack you
Oh no.
because this is her first chance. She missed too. In fact, she got one number lower than he did. So she missed too. So it's your turn again.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go for her since she just tried to attack me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's 75 out of 25. I missed that one. Yeah, we're all doing real well.
He tries to attack you and almost falls over. She tries again and misses. So it's your turn.
Okay. Not sure how well this is going to work, but I'm going to try to grab one of his tentacles and like rip it out.
Okay. Go for
Oh, barely
it.
missed. That was 28 out of 25.
Getting closer. Um, he tries again. He hits this time. Does 5 points of damage.
I'm dead.
You slump to the ground, covered in black goo because you've been fighting these things. And the last thing you see is your eyes closed for the final time is John and Becky basically hugging these two
Oh, jeez.
because they're his boss and his wife were Dagon's high priestess, and now there's nothing left standing in the way of John and Peggy becoming uh they're only at the first level of oath, so they're like deep one supporters. Cause at level 2, Becky or Peggy would start breeding with one of them,
Okay.
and at level 3 oath, they become one of them.
Oh, nice. And this is something they actually want?
Yeah, because um, what John, John's boss and his wife, what their job is to recruit more humans.
Hmm.
Because that's the way the Deep One has decided that he will take over, is by recruiting all the humans and turning them into his followers and such, and that way there won't be any resistance to him.
Yeah.
And with Marion dying, although that was your first combat in 14 Cthulhu games, and you tried your best there. That was too
Well,
bad you.
actually, I had combat in the one where I got eaten by zombies, but
Right, yeah. But and you had even worse odds in that one.
but yeah, I tried. See,
But,
I think with Cthulhu, I actually make it harder than it needs to be because I always fight. I just try to resist
well,
what's happening.
well, it says in the books that combat isn't really a good idea because you end up starting with less than 10 hit points. So it's really easy to die. So they say to actually avoid combat whenever possible. So,
Right, but like my characters don't want what's happening to happen to them, so they automatically fight.
but you automatically fight, but you don't ever have any weapons with you. You
No,
don't ever, you don't ever carry a sword or a gun or anything. So you're
because
fighting,
I
you're
used
fighting.
I used the blind rage to
Yeah.
my advantage.
Yeah, but open handed combat doesn't do very much damage because it's only a D3 even if you hit them.
But I
And,
wasn't in my right mind, so
and they have a whole, something you wouldn't have known is they have a whole lot more hit points than you would have. So you could have been pounding on them for days and it wouldn't have done much. So they would eventually get you anyway.
well, I
Uh,
figured it was suicide, but like I said, I wasn't in my right mind. So.
right. So, did you have fun?
Yes.
Even though you died again?
Well, that's part of the fun of Cthulhu is the dying.
Except this time you went down fighting at least.
Yes.
So, and I hope those of you who watch this after I get it up enjoy it as much as we did. Cthulhu's always a blast. Um, and we'll be back next week, hopefully, with Artifact Hunter and see where they go with that. Uh, their chances in that are only slightly better than yours were tonight, but we'll see. Uh, like and subscribe and join Discord and all that fun stuff. And Robin's got a brand new book out. You need to go buy that. You can, if you use the links that are already there, it will get you to her page and then you can buy the new book. Um, you can buy it for all of your friends for Christmas, and all your relatives, like buy 30 copies and give them to everybody. Um, I should have this up hopefully within 48 hours. Um, and I hope everybody has a happy Halloween, whatever that means to you. Uh, don't get sick eating too much candy because you gotta wait and get sick at Thanksgiving on real food instead of candy. But um, Although the turkey would probably like it if you got sick before that. But uh, other than that, I think that's all I've got. I don't
Well,
think
see
I
you next time.
don't think I forgot anything. So hopefully we will see you next week for Artifact Hunter if everybody's feeling good. So have a good week until next Saturday.